90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those kind of days. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get my volume levels here. I just figured it out. Sorry. Good morning, you filthy animals. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. And I have a really bad Monday. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this is doing everything that it's doing. Let me figure this out here. I sat there and talked to you guys for like 10 minutes. Oh, geez. Let me see. Let me see here. Let me try and fix this real quick here. So I'm gonna delete this. Testing, test, test. Okay, that actually, I think that really killed the volume. Um, if I'm too quiet right now, somebody let me know because I just killed like a modifier to this. I've got a new headset, I got a new mouse, I got a new Stream Deck. I got a lot of new things going on here, rocking some new stuff. Um, tell me if you guys can hear me okay right now, then I'm not going to change anything. If you can't hear me as well, then I'm gonna have to do a modifier to this and see if I can't make it louder. Alan said it was on the ale, feeling a bit tender today. I wish I could say the same, but that's not the truth. I was up to like 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning, I was trying to go to sleep and I just could not. I had some bad habits this weekend where I stayed up late a bunch. I sound good? Okay, as long as I sound good, I'm not going to change anything. Maybe I just talk a little bit louder. All right, audio is good. Okay, so let's do this. Let's Let me start over. It's one of those days. Um, let's start with our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume first off, since I am late. Um, we had 20,000 shares that traded at the 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. We have um, 60,000 total when it happened, so it didn't even, it gave us like a third on top. It was 40,000 right there, so it was like half of half. It was half of the total amount of volume at that point, making it 60K. So not a whole big showing in volume right there. But what I was trying to show you guys as the show started is that there was definitely something going on with the order book. Like if you were like one of the guys in the Matrix and you're reading code, you'd be like, I see something different in the code here. It's a good movie, guys. Go check it out. um, Not as good as Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man better, but the uh, the Matrix movie was pretty dang good too. There's a lot of underlying stuff that happened in that movie that I don't know. It's hard to say without ruining, so I'm not going to say anything. But it was pretty decent. Um, where am I going today? What am I doing? What do I have for Christmas, guys? I got like 3 of the big gifts that I got were a new mouse, a new Stream Deck from Eric from my brother-in-law, which is this cool little panel here to where I shouldn't have to look at OBS anymore. I can have a free screen and maybe I can read what you guys are saying from now on when I'm going through the technicals. And we'll have like cool sounds and stuff that I can pop up during the day. I've got like a bank of sounds now that I'm going to add to. For example, let's see. Let's get our first one going on here. Uh, let's try it. What do I? This is gonna be my new news. Whenever there's some new news, breaking news, I'll play this. The bomb drop. It may not be loud enough. I don't know. I might have to turn up some of this stuff, but I don't want to have it too loud. And then if we have complainers, like if we have somebody that shows up here, starts complaining, and it's a obvious show or something like that. We have the slow clap. And then if they get too bad, the kids will boo them off. so, so I got a lot of fun stuff I can play around with now. It's gonna be different. It needs to be louder. Okay, we'll put it up there. There we go. Well, here we go. This is the news one. We have something kind of like that with the bomb drop. That's going down. This is slow clap. And of course the kids. I love the kids one. Booing kids for somebody who comes in who's an obvious show is probably one of the best. There's nothing worse than getting booed off by a bunch of kids. Anyways, and I haven't finished yet, guys. I'm gonna be adding a lot of extra stuff here. Hopefully this is gonna be a really cool addition to the show. I can pop Gary on and off now. I can like flash Gary up on the screen with just an easy touch of a button. It's a lot of new toys. A lot of new toys. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with the sound. I know I've got some sound issues that I'm gonna have to resolve here, but we'll wing it for today. After the show's over, I'll have to try and fix some of that stuff up. The Matrix wasn't faring as well as Spider-Man's still the talk. Spider-Man is still the talk. Oh, look at this! Look at this mug, guys. Let me see. Pull this up here so I can see. Can you read that? At the very top, it says, "I am going to kick today in the nuts." That's my mug. Thanks, GD. It's good to be back. So Einstein's saying low volume melt up coming. There's definitely something going on with the order book this morning right off the bat. I can tell you that, guys. Right as soon as I started up the show, I could see there was something going on in the order book, and I don't know what. I'll tell you what I'm looking at for the week, though. I've already kind of outlined everything. You know, if I'm going to be staying up really, really late at night, I might as well throw some digits out there and have everything all prepared for the show. I'm kind of looking at a range from now until Wednesday, and that range is 2709 to 3264. And I think we're going to kind of maintain that range. The 3264 might come down a little bit over time, but the 2709 will remain the same from now until Wednesday. And then the center ground for those between those two numbers is 2987. I don't really want to say which direction that I think price is going this week, and I'll tell you guys later why. But I really I want to stay away from that this week in particular. I think that there's high expectations, a lot of high expectations, and I don't want to be one of those forces out there that is causing people to perhaps maybe make choices based off of those high hopes. I don't know how to really say it with that. I'm beating around a bush here, but um, it's either you know I don't want to. I'm beating around the bush. Look, I don't know how to say it. I have high hopes for this week. I have high hopes for this week. And if it doesn't, and I have very strong concerns about this week as well. And so I guess what I would say to you guys is that it's the concerns that worry me just a tad because I don't. Um, if we get our hopes up too high and this it doesn't come to fruition, a lot of people may maybe feel a little crushed, and I don't want people to feel that. So try to keep your expectations low for this week, and then just be pleasantly surprised if something great happens. That's probably the best way to look at it. But I feel like and I kind of was expressing this to a lot of other people that I talk offline. I feel like what I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing particularly high levels of manipulation of price. Obviously, I mean, you guys are going like, yeah, duh. But I feel like I'm seeing it come from the opposite side from where we're usually used to seeing it coming from. And you're going like, wait, what? Huh? How does that make any sense? I I have reason to believe that the they, like if I said they, is not currently the hedge funds. So if I said they right now, I actually believe it's institutionally long positions that are controlling price at this point in time. And they're allowing the price to do what it's done over the last 3 weeks or so, um, to be the way that it has been so they can collect the most amount of money as possible. And it sounds really strange to be saying it like that. And I kind of want to go into detail to try and, build my case and prove it to you. Um, and it'd be a really long conversation. No, no, I don't think. Well, actually, Captain says DTCC cough cough. Um, I mean that actually could be a possibility. I mean, think about it like this. Let's say for example, Captain, that if you were um, perhaps the DTCC and you needed to have this controlled, and you were an institutionally long position tasked with keeping this in control, um, wouldn't you try to make some money on it while you were controlling it? Because that seems like the obvious answer to me. So, and I'm specifically talking about the derivatives. I'm talking about the options chain. I feel like there's a lot of I think retail is being fooled into taking long and short positions against AMC so that they can try to make money. And if there's people like myself or other YouTubers or other personalities who are strong personalities in the community talking about huge swings coming, it could influence people to buy options to try and make money on the front side. And I don't want that to happen because I think it's being controlled right now, and there's a good chance that they could make it appear like it's going to get crushed and then fizzle out to nothing. And part of that would be, we talk about suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I've talked about it many, many times with you guys. Um, I'm going to drag that over. I'm going to blind you guys in 3, 2, 1. And as of Friday, no, Thursday. Thursday was the last trading day. As of Wednesday last week, uh, we fell out of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. We fell out of the cycle and we'd be in what I would consider to be the cool down phase. But I started looking at all the data. I started looking at all the data and I was like, I mean, we've had it happen to where there's only been one day of blow. And we had a 231% increase in volume and 19.1% increase in price. And then volume died off and we had two percenter days. We may have had a 3 day blow. But in this particular instance, I feel like there's something else going on here because it doesn't look like a normal cooldown period. And if it does end up being a normal cooldown period, I would suggest that if we're going to see some big numbers in January, this cooldown period would have to be very, very short, like this week long. And because I think that there's going to be some price action this week, um, I feel like what's happened is we've actually taken a step back and we've gone back to the bang. We went back to the bang. So instead of the blow being the blow, it looks to me like we've gone back to the bang. And how could you do that? I think through manipulation of price and volume, it could be done. And a little bit of throw some sand in the tank and get it to misfire and go backwards a step. And if you could repeat this, if you could repeat it over and over and over, somebody could make a lot of money on potential fake outs in the derivatives. So I'm starting to kind of, that's like my new message that I want to kind of talk about, is that I think we need to be really, really careful as retail not to be fooled by these fake outs. But then, a lot of people go like, well, yeah, well, what about, needing options for gamma squeeze, for a leg up? And I'm just going to tell you guys, just be careful. Like, I'm not going to try and tell you how to spend your money, but I want you guys to be careful. Be super, super careful if you're playing options, because I think that there's a lot of potential to manipulate price right now, um, with it so heavily controlled the way that it is. So just be careful. I think that's probably the best thing that I can say. So with that, we should probably take a look at everything. Yishin saying, Santa didn't bring me a boom boom candle. It should be coming out. Um, Short interest should be on the 30th, I believe. No, the 31st. We'll check it. We'll check it and take a look. So let me update fidelity on the side here, and we'll take a look at all the data here, figure out where we're at. Hope you all had a great Christmas. Okay, taking you guys over to the other page. So let's start off with price prediction tallies. Every single one of us got a price prediction tally, so I'm going to update that real fast here. Uh, we all had really close price predictions for last week, last Thursday. I was 27.5 to 35. Eric was 27 to 30. Duncan was 27.2 to 30.2. Monty was 27.35 to 30.35. So all of us got a point. Last Thursday. So the week ended up being a tie. I think the way that we said that we were going to do tiebreakers was whoever had the closest to center value to the actual closing price. And so if I take a look at that here, I'm going to just give all of us tally marks a 2 real quick, so that's just updated. Let's take a look at that. Let's see who had the closest. So our closing price was 28.52. The closest one to that would have been me. I had the highest low of 27.5. Oh, you know what? Now I have to take the average. Actually, it wouldn't be me. It would be it'd be Eric, because Eric's price was 27 to 30, and giving him a middle ground of 28.5, and it closed 2 cents higher than that. So his middle ground found he almost nailed it exactly perfect. So Eric would be the winner. Eric, my brother-in-law, who gave me the stream deck, he would be the big winner. Man, that's I'm gonna give him an extra point for that, just so he looks like he's the winner, because he is. So Eric winning the week out. Short exempt volume. What you doing, short exempt volume? Let's see here. We ended the week with 125.1. Okay. Our utilization did drive up just slightly. Utilization went up to 77 point. Oh no, I'm sorry, it went down 77.62 from 6.67 to 6.2. And our day-over-day price increase, it was a negative 0.56. So nothing really crazy there, just kind of some fair numbers. Nothing life-shattering or altering. Okay, so pull that over, that over. I still have to do shuffling around of some screens in the background, so I still can't see what you guys are writing. But going to now I can see. Let's see. Yes, Salty Dog says, did you see that AMC traded 57 times the float this year? Tesla was 7 times the float. Price manipulation. 100%, guys. I always tell you, like, take a look at your daily, take a look at your 3-month daily average volume, divide that by your float, and figure out what your average. I think the average came out to 110 million or something like that. Salty Dog, 110 million shares a day on average traded for the year, if you divide it all out. I mean, it's huge. Legendary member says Big Whale 2840. That's me. Let's see here. Moving on. Off exchange on last Thursday. Let's see what the final value was stuffed away there. Showing 58.84% traded in the off exchange with the CBOE EDGX being at 10%. So like 68%, almost, yeah, 69%. Nice. Traded into the dark pools on Thursday. Pretty high number. Moving down to Ortex, you guys will see that the estimated current short share interest of the free float today is at 19.04%. And let's take a look at institutional share ownership. So our record was set on the 23rd at 172.054 million shares owned by the institution. So let's refresh that and see if it's changed. Because I am expecting to start seeing that go down. Currently, it has changed. It's gone up to 172.070. So new record on the 27th. Just updated my notes. Went away. Max Payne for today. Max Payne currently at it was $29 on Thursday. Today for this week, Max Payne is also $29. Very, very similar Max Payne. And last but not least, let's update those options chains and see where our open interest is. Scroll down a tad. For this week, our highest level of strike prices is $85. There's currently 17.4 thousand contracts at 85 bucks. Last week it was 16.8 when we finished the week at 85. So we're definitely up higher. And let's look for the highest amount of open interest on the call side. It looks like it's at a $40 strike price. That's where it was last week. There is 10.2 thousand contracts. And on the put side, highest level of volume for strike is at $25. That's actually $5 up. Last week it was $20, so it's up to 25. And the amount of open interest there is at 6.8 thousand contracts. All right, so let's go over to, let's take a look at at let's take a look at Vortex data. There's our on loan amount. So on Thursday, it slightly increased. It went from 104.31 million shares to 104.43. So very, very slight increase, like just over 100,000 shares increase on loan. So they didn't find more shares to return, which is a good thing. Our on loan average age per day took a little bit of a downturn, but I don't think that'll be for very long. I think that's just going to be like a quick little downturn. It should head back up. Our utilization kind of flatlined a little bit. It did slightly go down, like I was telling you guys, just ever so slightly, like 0.67 to 0.62. I think that's what the price was, or that's what the value difference. Yeah, 77.67 to 77.62. So just a slight hair downtrend on that one. And then our estimated short share interest of the free float actually kind of went up a little bit. That went from 19.02 to 19.04. So why did our utilization go down? That's the question. And I will pull up the cheat sheet and my calculator, and we'll figure it out. So total shares on loan, 104.43, divided by our utilization of 77.62, giving us a total amount of shares available to loan at 134.5 million shares. That's up from 134.2, so just a slight upwards movement. Subtract out our total loans or total shares on loan, giving us the remaining balance available to borrow at 30.11 million. I'm going to update some numbers here real quick. How much have they borrowed this morning? That is a good question. We'll take a look at that here. Just a second. We'll take a look at it. AMC currently in 8th position. So we still, even though we have low volume, we're still being traded pretty high on the list. We ended last Thursday with a 55% buy ratio to 45% sell ratio. Could have been better, but it's not terrible. Jimmy is actually in 20th this morning, so they have elevated volume on GME today. Elevated volume at moving it back onto the list. They've actually been off the list for a little bit, for a hot few minutes, so yeah, good to see him back on the list there. Shares borrowed this morning. So I can only see back to 532. So if I'm missing something from before then, I just wouldn't know about it. But it appears like I'm gonna have to get the calculator out. 3.1 million shares having been borrowed so far today. So a normal standard borrowed amount for a day would be around 4.5. Last Thursday they borrowed 7.55 million shares, which was really pretty high. So 3.1. If they borrow more today throughout the day, then we'll see that obviously heading up above 4.5. Let's see. This is our options chain right here, right now on the list. This is last week's. No, I'm sorry. This is this week's 12/31. So as it stands right now, we have 9.5 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls, 41.3 thousand contracts that are out of money, and less than 100K contracts out of the money on the call options, which is what I like to see it under. I hope that people don't go nuts. But if they do, kick today in the nuts. That's gotta be my new saying. Kick today in the nuts. All right. Nice healthy climb here, leading into the market open. Let's see how China did last Friday. It was kind of mixed. Kind of mixed. Tesla in the pre-market is up 1.29%. Hood is down 0.11. Amazon is up 0.41. Cinemark is up 1.2. Doge is up 1%. Bitcoin is up 0.92. GameStop is up 0.37 and AMC is up 0.91. The inflow versus outflow last Thursday was more outflow than inflow by a 15-point spread. Our current volume, guys, is just it's kind of low. I never gave a volume prediction this morning, and I should have. Uh, Based off the numbers that we had there, I'm going to say 25 to 45 again on volume. I'm going to leave the volume where I had it at 25 to 45. Just remember, with low volume comes easy manipulation of price, both up and down. On the daily interval, I'm just looking at the vortex indicator right now and the RSI, but based on these two, it looks to me like we have pretty much equal buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.17, which is below average. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 51.34. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.92. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.95, which is above average. Alrighty, let me. I thought I would be able to see what you guys are writing when I'm doing all that stuff, but I just realized that it's not just because of my it's not just because of my ADD that or it's not just because of the fact that I have a stream deck now that I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I have ADD and I can't do two things at once. WM wants a price prediction for the day. I don't normally give that until like 15 minutes before market open. But I think my prediction, um, my easy go-to prediction, I think is going to be somewhere between that 2709 and 3264 range. I tend to think that it might be so. My outlook for this week. My outlook for this week is I think we're going to have a rough start on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then I think we'll see a turnaround potentially by Thursday or Friday. Thursday being, I believe, the 30th. Yes, that's correct. Thursday is the 30th. And I had told you guys before that we should start seeing major price improvements by the 30th. The trigger for that one indicator on loan average age per day. Yeah, no problem, WM. That indicator I think is kind of like the indicator that I feel most comfortable looking at it on a long-term basis for signals about when we should see price increases incoming. And that indicator triggered on the 8th, and so 15 business days would have us on a final date of December 30th. Um, and we have seen a bit of a price increase, but based off of um, if I pull back out here, you can see we've had just a tad bit of an increase here since the 8th. Where's the 8th at? So the 8th is way back here. But there was a price. Here's the 8th right here. This is the day that it triggered, and we had price decrease all the way up until the 14th, and then we've had price increase since then, or sideways and price increase and sideways. But one of the things that if I kind of draw this out to the hour, what you'll see here is I've got some bars kind of laid out here. Um, it kind of looks like we may have like an inverted head and shoulder pattern kind of forming. And on this side over here, if I evenly space out my bars and make sure that they're the same lengths, it would have us ending our inverted head and shoulder patterns either today or mid like at market open today or possibly midday today. So if I've drawn these bars out correctly, that's what it should indicate. But again, I don't want you guys to get too hopeful. this week this week is going to be a very interesting week. I think it's going to I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of manipulation going on with price. Trent Bass says, "Win Moon." We'll know it. We'll know it when we see it. It should be pretty obvious, but it's not yet. Um, I don't I don't want to say who. I don't want to say who, but I gotta show you guys something. Somebody got me this. I don't want to say who because I don't know if I should. I gotta show you guys something. This is I have to be really careful with this, guys. I have to be super careful. Let me show you guys. Oh no, I lost my care my careful handling. Uh-oh. This is something of a beauty here. I have I'm trying not to dirty it up. I have in my hands the biggest diamond hands you have ever seen in your whole life. I don't know if you guys can see that. That is one big diamond. It is it is massive. It is a massive diamond. Look at that thing. It is so pretty too. Super pretty. Oh man, it's so pretty. It even looks good in the crappy camera. That is that is what you call diamond hands. You can't get much more diamond handed than this. Man, like I just touch it just slightly with my hands and it like dirties it. I hate mucking up. I hate mucking up a pretty thing. I don't want to touch it. It's too beautiful. I gotta get a couple things going on here, guys. I'm running a little bit behind, obviously, today. Um, wow, I didn't realize this before, but I have a Christmas light. Man, I wish I could show you this to you guys. I have a Christmas light that happens to be right behind the diamond, And let's see if I put my face. Can you see the color on my face? I have no idea. But the Christmas light that's right behind it happens to be green. And so all I see shining through this diamond is this like just massively green rays of light just shooting everywhere. I'm surprised it's not like shooting me in the face. I bet if I turned off some of the other lights, you'd see it. But I need to contact specifically a couple of people. So I'm going to probably throughout the day just kind of mention this. Um, I worked on Christmas Eve. I worked super hard on the on the gift that I was giving out for the giveaways, and I hadn't heard from a few people. I know I did hear from at least one of them, and I cannot find for the life of me their information, which kind of really makes me wonder like what the heck happened. But if you hear your name, please reach out to me and please reach out to me in some form of fashion, either whether it be Reddit or Twitter, because I do want to get this to you. Um, my fingers were almost bleeding by the time I was done on Christmas Eve. I went to go take a shower on Christmas Eve, and my fingers were just kind of like raw from hard work. I'm not gonna give away the present, guys. I'm not gonna give away the present until I get it. So MCon, if you're listening, MCon is one of my moderators, and if you're listening, I need to hear from you. Um, let's see. Another one is Deanne Thomas. Like I am 100% certain that Deanne already contacted me, and I have no idea how in the world that information got lost. But I know I talked to Deanne. Um, Also, Max Johannick. If you are listening, actually, I think Max may have. Let me just check something. Max and I think we're talking on Twitter, so let me just check that real quick. Yeah, MCon, if you can. Wait a minute. What the heck? I swear, weren't you a moderator, MCon? I could have sworn you were a moderator. Why are you not showing up as moderator status? I swear to God, you were a moderator. What is going on here? Well, you made the list. I don't know how. You made the list. Congratulations. Contact me. I thought for sure you were one of my moderators, and I don't know why. I could have sworn you were, but I'm gonna since I have you on my list and I called you out anyways. If you want to contact me, you can. If it's up to you. Um, Max Johannick, Active Douglas, I actually already got a hold of, and Anthony. Those are the names. Anthony, Active Douglas, and I've already talked. Max Johannick, Deanne Thomas. Contact me if you. I want to get you guys your gifts. So yeah, let's get the poll started. It is time for the poll, guys. If you know what it is, you know what it is. Let me put this back down on the 1 minute so we can see what's going on here. Let's get the poll started. First, I'm going to remind you guys what was going on with the last week's data. Let's see here. Um, 26. Let's see. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm figuring this out here. 12. I gotta have to modify this just a tad bit because I've got that would have been the last number. So let's see. 34. Okay, so this is our numbers from last week on this price prediction tally that we normally do, guys. I'm gonna post that up for you guys to see. These are our final results. And I'll get the new one going here in just a minute. So here's last week's numbers. Monty coming in with 28.5 to 31.5. Got you down, Monty. Um, so those are last week. So you guys will see that last week you guys predicted, even amounts of you predicted between 40 to 45 and 30 to 35 closing prices. The group that actually won, who voted, was the least percentage, and they voted 25 or less to 30. And that group ended up winning the week for price prediction. So let me go ahead and change the poll for today to price prediction for the end of the week. And I'll put the new poll up. Let's do contact info, your address. I know you're going out on a limb. I know you're going out on a limb to give me your address, but don't do it here. Obviously, give it to me in the Reddit or Twitter. Go to Reddit or Twitter and put it in there. Um, but send me your email address, or not your email, but your address, your home address, your PO box, wherever you want it sent to, and that's where I'll send the item. All right, there it is. Price poll prediction for the day today is up. You guys can go ahead and start putting that in whenever you choose. And it looks like we've got about just a little bit longer here. So the range that I have is 20 to $40. So anything, there is a vote for anything less than 25 or 20. 20 to 25, I believe, was the number that I put in there. And the high end is 35 to 40 plus. So there's a good range of numbers there. I think it's going to be really difficult. I think you guys are going to have a hard time. I kind of tend to lean towards the minority. It seems to be that when you guys vote, the minority wins. So whoever the minority is let's see if that influences you guys at all. Like nobody's gonna vote for 35 to 40, except for like maybe two people, and it'll end up being the lowest vote. Uh, everybody vote for 20 to 25. Then we can't, it can't go that way. Uh, but yeah, do put in what you think it's actually going to turn out to be, though. The closer we get to this, it's kind of interesting to see what happens over time. See how close we all get to price predictions by the end of the week. If we do complete this head and shoulder pattern, which, is what we kind of have going on here, at least that's what it appears to be. Let me get rid of some of my drawings. So you've got your shoulder and head, shoulder pattern. If this were to complete by the end of this week, and I'm just going to throw this out there, the price point to which this could rise up to would either be $43 or 44.50 to 47.50. So somewhere in this range. I guess I'll highlight it. Something in this range here. If you just drew like a straight line across, it'd be somewhere in that range. So anywhere from 47.50 down to $43. That could be like the top side of this. That's if this pattern completes. That's the big if. George saying the daily MACD has already crossed over, and you know what? I take a look, George. Just throwing this out there. I actually really like the vortex indicator. Um, and on the daily on the vortex indicator, it has also started touching and attempting to cross over here for like the last 3 trading days, two trading days since 12/21. That's three. I think that's 3 days. For the last 3 trading days, it's basically touched and it hasn't quite crossed over, but it doesn't. The daily indicator here is not really specifically showing. But I'll tell you what though, if I go to the 4 hour, this is kind of one of the things that I've been seeing, guys, that concerns me a little bit about the first portion of this week. But if I take away all this junk here, and I just show you that Ichimoku cloud, I know I'm destroying that name, but you can see a crossover occurring in, like turning into a buying signal on Wednesday. However, I mean, our conversion line's still above our base, although it is dropping a tad bit here. But if you look historically at this in the past, like if you were to go back to January, for example, I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit here. I'm going to drive this back to January. And I want you guys to see the pre-January run up, what it kind of looked like a little bit. Get out of here. And I want you to see how this is pre-January move. It's hard to get it to like focus in. So notice that there's a switch over. You can see the cloud. It's really difficult for me to get it because the price starts to move up really quickly here. So it doesn't want to like zoom in on this particular point. But you can see it cross over and turn to a green cloud. Now there's a little bit of upwards momentum beforehand, but then it starts to come back down and then the cloud turns green and it's like within a day or two after turning green, price really started moving up quickly, very, very quickly. So there's a lot of indicators. There's a lot of indicators about there being some good price movement this week, guys. But I really don't want you guys to. I want you to just do what you normally would do. I don't want you to change anything. And it's not financial advice. I'm just trying to say be careful. I do believe that I believe price is being managed to control the derivatives. So it's always the same thing, guys. You don't need to change anything. It's just buy and hold. That's what it's always been about. It's never been about anything else other than that. It just hasn't. So there's no need to get fancy. This thing will start cooking when it's ready. An overwhelming majority of you guys who have voted, 27 votes so far, overwhelming amount of you. I'm going to leave this up all day today until the very end, but overwhelming majority of you have voted for 30 to 35 bucks by the end of the week. So it'll be interesting to see where we get to. I just, yeah, WM says agree, but I can't stress to you guys enough that I really think that you need to be, stick to the game plan. Don't change anything. There's no need to. There's no need to. There's just no need to. You do what you've been doing for this whole year, and we will be fine. What do you think about regular trading hours being an exaggerated mirror move of the previous pre-market? So let me ask you something. Are you saying that today's price movement would be this pattern going into today here? Let me check that out. Let me see. I have never actually. That's a new one for me. So let me check this out and see. Or are you talking about pre-market from the last trading day? I don't know which pre-market you're talking about, but if we were to look at this right here, okay. Hmm. Let me look at it. Let me legit look at this and see what I think. Because I've never heard that. Who's coming up with this, George? I'm kind of curious. Like, is this something you've come up with, or is this something that you saw somewhere? No, no, no. I know what you're talking. 4 a.m. to 7. Yeah, I get you. Um, because 7 a.m. sticks out really, really big time. I don't, I don't think so. I mean, I see where you're going with this. I definitely see where you're going with this. Let me keep looking. No, I don't think so. I mean, look at this one. This is the 21st, and market opens right here, and you have a very large shoot up, and then it's just kind of like a nice steady incline from there on out, all the way up until 7 a.m. Um, if ignoring this breakout going down at first, which didn't show up here, ignoring that completely, you can see that it has the shoot up, but then it's downwards pressure for the rest of the day, not upwards. But did you say mirror image? You said no. You said mirror move. Okay, so yeah, it's a no. Although I have to say, being such a huge proponent of pre-market volume being a good indicator as to how the rest of your day is going to turn out. Um, I think that there is something to pre-market. Now, it's not always the case. It's never 100%, but there's definitely something to be said about knowing what your day is going to turn out volume-wise uh, by just looking at your opening 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 7 a.m. tells you tons about how the day is going to turn out. It's not 100%, but it can tell you quite often what your day is going to look like volume-wise. It's very, very good at predicting. I need to come up with a price prediction for the end of the day today. And I can almost guarantee you guys that it's going to have something to do with, let me get my indicators back on here. It's going to have something to do with 27.10 as a low and 32.70 as a high. Now, obviously, I only get a $3 spread. So I'm gonna have to pick, and I tend to think that it's gonna be on the low side today. So I think 27 to 29 or 27 to 30, I think is like a good range. Although I might want to give myself some breathing room on the upside just in case. So I think I might do 27.50 to 30.50. Yeah, I'll tell you what, George. Looking at these charts long enough can make you go crazy for sure. I mean, look, you're watching me. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do price prediction of 27.5 to 30. Oh, that's actually my same prediction that I had last Thursday. 27.5 to 35 is the exact numbers that I predicted last Thursday, and I'm gonna stick to those. Unless we see something crazy happen, volume, it looks like it's going to be kind of low today, 25 to 45 million shares traded for the day today. Jimmy coming in at 25.75 to 28.75. You guys, wait, I have a notification. What? So I contact Duncan through Skype, and I got a notification from Skype saying, "Did you know most people rate Skype as the best way to video call?" I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. Nice advertisement. Give me just a couple minutes, guys. I'm gonna step away real quick, say hi to the wife since she did come home and I'm not taking my normal break. So I'm gonna step away for just a few minutes since I do have that uh, price prediction in for the day. I have my volume prediction in for the day, so I'm gonna step away for just a few minutes, say hi real quick to her, and then I'll come back. So I'll be back before market opens. Just a couple minutes. Anthony, Anthony, good morning. Anthony, I was looking for your one of the people on my list. I don't believe I've heard from you yet as far as in regards to an address to send you out your gift for having one of the answers. Let's see here. I think you had answer number 9, the hardest answer. You had number 9, so let me know if you can get me your address through either Reddit or Twitter. I was looking for that this weekend. I want to try to mail this stuff out today. Today is the day that I want to try and mail it out by. And it would obviously be after the show's over, but I'd like to try and get this stuff out if possible. And I don't want to make multiple trips. I will if I have to, but if I don't get your guys' address by today, then I probably will have to. I'll have to. Yours will be delayed. And it's funny because I coined a new term. I'm issuing not NFTs. I'm issuing RFTs, real fungible tokens. I think it's kind of funny. I don't know. Is there such a thing as real fungible tokens? I have no idea. Maybe that's like what you get when you guys ever go to like Disneyland or one of those like amusement parks and you get one of those coins that's like it's not really worth anything, but it's just kind of like memorabilia. Anthony, however you want to reach out to me is fine. Whether it be Reddit or Twitter is completely fine. But I'd like you to be able to get your gift if possible. So, and if I can get your information today, that would be awesome. Awesome possum. So let me step away for about 5 minutes, guys. I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna actually leave you some music. I'm not sure how long these are. Dang it. So I've got this stream deck now to where I can just press like a button and it plays some music. Let me see what I can do here, but I will be right back. Perfect amount of time. I am back. Let's see here. JP saying 24 to 27. Zach says David Marino is saying 13. uh, well, like I said, you know, this week is going to be interesting. I think this week is definitely going to be an interesting week for us. All right, Duncan coming in. Duncan coming in at 29 to 32. Again, I want to shout out to my brother-in-law for getting me this. My brother and sister-in-law getting me this stream deck for Christmas. Really, really super cool. Makes it super easy for me to be able to just like control stuff, and then I can say things like to Zach. I can say like, you know what I think about David Marino's $13 price prediction? I love it. I love this. I love this. This stream deck is funny. All right, guys, it's time to get the morning show started. So let's do it. Let us get it going. I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Well, we finally broke green. It took 7 minute song to do it. I gotta say, I really dig Led Zeppelin, man. I tell you what, for a band that's even older than my era, no, not trying to make anybody feel super old here, but even for a band that's not of my era, I feel like they transcend all eras, and they have music that is potentially good music in a much later date in time. And I think that really shows like a good group. You know a good group when their music stands the test of time. And I really think that it does. Um, but I love how he says Chicago in that song. I love how the way that he says, I'm not sure if it's his accent, but the way he says Chicago, I think it's really cool. If you're from Chicago, I'm sorry. Something that was said last night that I never even put two and two together. I think Father was the one that said it. Uh, I never put two and two together. Chicago Bulls and Chicago Bears. Bulls and the Bears in Chicago. Go figure. Where's that levee gonna break? Where is that levee gonna break? Is it gonna be Chicago? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that big green candle was 503,000 shares in that minute. We're averaging kind of low though. Most of these minutes in here are about 150, 130 to 150,000 shares per minute, which is kind of low. I like to see above 250 if possible. So we kind of have some low volume going on right now. Your wife had never heard of Led Zeppelin when you met her. Oh, I bet that changed. It's some good music. You'd be surprised. Yeah. I mean, it's just in my opinion, they were way ahead of their times. Just either they were way ahead of their times, um, or they were visionaries as to where music was heading to. I know that almost sounds like it's one and the same, but I think it's possible to be a visionary, but not necessarily have music that stands the test of time, which is ahead of your times. Um, I think there's a slight difference there. Alan, come in with a Alan. I gotta shout out my brother-in-law and sister-in-law for the stream deck. No, I have sounds. I have sounds now, guys. So if you guys ever hear this, oh yeah, the bomb drop. The bomb drop is gonna be for when I have news. Breaking news. If you guys have some breaking news or something like that, we'll drop the bomb. That is going to be my news. I was afraid of that. Low volume on the mic up. Okay, let me see if I can fix it. Let me see if I can fix. I got a new new headset here, guys. So I'm dealing with. I got a new mouse. I got a new headset. I got a stream deck now. I'm just kind of having to make a lot of changes, and I know there was going to be a sound issue. So I can bump it up. There's a filter that I can add in here. Okay, so I gotta talk. Mary had a little lamb. Her fleece was white as snow. Or everywhere that Mary went, Mary was sure to go. I'm trying to bump it up here gradually so it doesn't like just pop on you guys. One thing I don't want to have is just like insane loudness, but I'm slowly increasing the gain here just ever so slightly because I know that you're used to hearing me at a certain level. So we'll see if this doesn't help a little bit. That gain, that should be enough gain right there to have boosted me up just a tad bit. You didn't hear any sound. You should have heard sound when I did that bomb drop. It's right here. And that should actually be some pretty good levels for the bomb drop too. This mic level right here I think should be pretty decent. I'm not going to probably change it much more than this because I'm afraid I'll get popping. Hopefully that's better. If it's not good enough, let me know. I can increase just a little bit more. I'm just noticing I'm getting really close to the high end on my P's. Pa 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 pa. The pa 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 fa 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 fa. They have like really fun. If you ever take like a journalism or yeah, see, I already broke right there. There's certain words that can pop on, if you're not careful, it can be actually kind of damaging to people's speakers. Sound deck volume is low now. Hmm. I don't know what to do. I think it may just tell me if this is loud. I'm gonna play some music on the sound deck, and you tell me if it's too loud or if it's just right. Okay, so here's the bomb drop again. There it is. So I think it's probably really just the bomb drop that's probably super low. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan 5 times. I have a feeling that's going to be a joke. I don't know if I want to fall for that one. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. All right, let me see if I can do it. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. 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 I don't know what that did. It didn't really do anything for me, but I didn't see any spike outs on my volume, so we're good. And I probably didn't read it fast enough. Everybody's gonna be like sending me like, no, this is what you have to say 5 times. Screw with them. Is it like saying Candyman? If you say it enough times in the mirror, it's gonna happen. That'd be nice. The other thing too is, like my throat gurgles might go away. I should have heated up my coffee before I came back. I'm gonna go ahead and call it, guys. I think as far as this week goes, I think there's a strong possibility that perhaps Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are just kind of blah days. Um, so again, if you need some more, if you guys need some more time off from AMC, walk away. You don't have to constantly monitor it. It doesn't have to consume you. On the other hand, though, if you got nothing else better to do, I have something to show you guys. We have our menu, our week's menu. Let's see, there we go. Our week's menu. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Also for my brother and sister-in-law, I won it in a contest that they did on our family get together. I haven't really decided what I'm going to use this for in the show. Um, I mean, I could write down what food I'm going to be eating for the night, so you guys know what kind of throat gurgles I'll have for the next day. Or um, I could put in certain subject matters that are coming up, things that we want to kind of touch base on for each day of the week, which is kind of what I really thought that I would probably end up using it for the most. So, like for example, if we have like a NSCC ruling or a DTCC rule that may be coming out, or newsworthy things I can write on this board here, so I don't forget to touch on those subject matters. And at the very least, I can write them down on here, and then I know that obviously I could just show you something on the computer screen, which would be, fun too, but this is more fun because it's like physical and I hold it up and I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm going to use it. We'll see if it works out. And it came with a blue dry erase marker, which is my favorite color. So, got to use it. We're going to incorporate it and see how it works. I don't know. We have about 10 more minutes here before we do our first technical analysis of the morning. In the pre-market or in the beginning market hours, we're down about 2.5%. GME is down about 3.5%. There's a mixture of sentiment in the market right now. The VIX is up, Tesla's up, and Amazon are up. Hood and Cinemark are down. Based off this information, I would say that it looks to me like the blue chip market perhaps maybe seeing a run. Somebody mentioned small caps were going to see a flush. Based off of this information here, I would say that might be the case. Although AMC apparently is no longer small cap, which I did not realize. Although they did not get upgraded into a new market yet, but they are trading on a higher cap. And then it was mentioned earlier today by Salty Dog. Salty Dog had said that for the year, let me drive back up here to where it was set at. How do I get? There we go. Let me go back to where Salty Dog said it. Mm. Yeah, okay, so did you see that AMC traded 57 times the float this year? Tesla was 7 times the float, price manipulation for AMC. I mean, yeah, that goes straight back to that value that I always tell you guys to check, the average 3-month volume divided by your free float. Our total year volume was insane, absolutely insane. And to me, that's one of the biggest indicators you can look for in a company that is highly synthetically manipulated, um, is synthetic volume. It shows up in your volume. When people sell shares, those shares get traded back and forth many, many times before unraveled, before they're actually wind up into somebody's hands again. So yeah, synthetic volume is definitely a thing. The more synthetic volume you have, the more manipulated the stock is, which is absolutely insane how highly manipulated this is. Boris says got a little something something and set aside. A post by Peter Hahn. Okay, it's really high. It's super super high. I mean, if it doesn't just scream manipulation, I don't know what does. It just, when you look at the staggering amount of volume that we have in contrast, um, when you compare apples to apples, it doesn't make sense. And so the only way you can make sense of it is by saying that there must be additional shares in existence being traded in order for your volume to have that much volume being traded. Because I don't believe for a minute, that, oh yeah, here's the article. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just, it's pretty bad. Okay, we're coming up on the 2709. This kind of is a significant number. Now we can definitely drop below this value. I just want to see us close above 2709. It is kind of a hard set point for us. This is that top of that Ichimoku cloud price point. So we're entering, if we drop below 2709, we'd be entering into the cloud, and it would become what would be considered to be like a bad indicator for day traders to buy into. Now, a synthetic price failure is down to 25.93. I have these set up from our previous run up. I already have these set up. Our previous run up was to 50 or 32.22, which was a 59% increase from when it was at 20.27. A synthetic price failure begins at 25.93. So if price does fall down, that would be a turning or starting of one of the turnaround points. So this is where they try to draw out the paper hands here. And if we drop below, if we drop to 25.29, that would be the sign of paper hands occurring. Fish Killer saying Q4. I agree. I don't think we'll be. I think we'll still be in the red, but I think that our numbers are going to be so close to turning around that I think there's a good chance that AMC becomes profitable in Q1. I don't know if Q4 is going to get us there. I don't know. It would be amazing if it did. Absolutely amazing. But we wouldn't see that data until like March. So we've got to get past I think one last quarter of low numbers before we can start seeing reports of earnings, which I think is going to be a huge that'll be a huge success. Yeah, I can read. I'll read that article that or the post that was made by Dr. Hans. Oh, it's Han. I said doctor. He's not a doctor. He's a CFA. He says, I hope everyone's holidays are safe and happy. It's been a challenging year, and a few days rest and family bonding is definitely welcome. Seeing some information flying around the net and think it's worth remarking on. In 2021, AMC's total volume was 28.7 billion. The float is only 514 million. I think it's 513, but close enough. 513.45. Who cares? By comparison, Tesla's ratio was 7 times. Nvidia was 3.5 times, and Plantier was 7 times. And again, guys, this again goes straight back to that whole 3-month average volume divided by your free float. It tells you everything you need to know. But now all he's doing, the difference is he's looking at ratios, and that's what I was telling you guys before. Like if you take our ratio of our volume, 3-month average volume, and you compare it, and then you try to find a company that's not shorted, you might be able to find a gold standard. Once you have your gold standard of what a stock should look like in ratios, cough cough, Amazon, then it gives you a really good idea for how much potential volume we're over and what that could mean in synthetic existing shares. If you know anything about ratios and balancing ratios, you can use some math to try and figure that out. But it's actually kind of crazy when you start to realize that I think Amazon only trades 6 or 7% of their free float on a daily basis. I'm sorry, I said 6 or 7%. I meant 0.6 or 0.7. Less than 1% of their free float is traded on a daily basis, and it's not because their price is $3,422. I promise you, that is not the reason why. The reason why is because they're not heavily shorted. Why are they not heavily shorted? Because they're a profitable company, and you would be insane to short. And not only that, there's a lot of talk out there that Amazon actually sicks these shorters onto companies. This is speculative, but there's rumors that they sick companies or hedge funds onto companies so that they can short them and to be able to purchase them. There was at one time there's been belief that AMC may have been one of those targets, as there has been talks about AMC being purchased by Amazon. So continuing on with the article, in what universe is the degree of volume norm? And is this degree of volume normal? When I noted the high volumes in spring, I made the assumption the float was underreported. Naked synthetic short shares must be out there. I still believe that, but even if that's not the case, it is clear evidence high frequency trading on the stock is out of control. Hedge fund traders are not retail, and since AMC CEO Adam Aron has said publicly that retail owns at least 80% of the float, and retail traders have, on the whole, been buying and holding and buying more, Fidelity Daily odd lot data shows buy outnumbers sells by 2 to 1. The majority of that volume must be hedge fund trading. And given the high dark pool utilization for most of the year, and especially since June, it is highly likely dark pool utilization has been suppressing prices, as noted by the head of the NYSE back in May. Throw in the media bias. See my recent post on the Wall Street Journal AMC article. The astonishing amount of consistent FTD was reported by the SEC, and one can only conclude that there's a lot of odd things going on with AMC. One would hope the DTCC, SEC, and the DOJ are working to resolve this, as from my perspective, it feels like the size of irregularities might be enough to constitute a serious systematic risk to the global market. And this is by Peter Hahn, CFA, and I believe that's through, that looks like an article that he wrote up on LinkedIn, it looks like. Anyways, welcome to the club, Peter. That's all I gotta say. We've been saying this for a while now. We've been saying it for a while. Boy, that was really close. 2701. Tested off that 2709 like it was meant to be. Fish Killer is going to go back in time and take a look at things. I can actually give you links to the earnings reports if you want them quick and easy. They're actually pretty simple to look up. If you type in a Google search, you can type in AMC SEC filings, and then go to financial performance SEC filings. It should be the very top item. You can click on that, and then you can see their latest and quarterly reportings, their 10Qs and 8Ks that are out there, and they're real simple to find and easy to click on. And you can go back and find it by date. It's 9:05, guys. It is time to do the first technical analysis of the day. Let me refresh some things in the background here, and we'll take a look at it. We'll give it a run. All right, taking you guys over the other page. Price prediction tallies for last week. Eric, we all actually got 2 points across the board. We all had 2 points on Friday. However, Eric's price prediction for the day was closest to closing price. The closing price for the day was 28.52. Eric said 27 to 30, and the actual middle ground for him would have been 28.50. So he missed his middle average point would have been short by 2 cents. So I gave him the extra point for the price prediction. So Eric got the week correct last week and is the winner. That's the tiebreaker. So congratulations to Eric. We all missed one day last week, which is I think that's acceptable. Short exempt volume for last Thursday was kind of low, 125.1K. Utilization did go down just fractionally. It went from 77.67 to 77.62. And day over day price increase was actually a decrease on Thursday, down 0.5%. Taking a look at the off exchange currently, we have basically 51% into the off exchange so far this morning, and the CBOE EDGX is actually kind of low. 8.21. Normally we'd see somewhere between 10 to 12% by now. This data is all very, very, very low. I would expect 53% in the off exchange and way more into the CBOE EDGX. So there's actually a lot of trades that are making it to the lit market, more than usual right now. So we'll have to take a look and see why the values are still low. Refreshing Ortex. Let me move a few screens over here real quick. This one and this one and this one. Ortex currently reporting a borrowed amount of shares so far this morning at 57.5 thousand shares. That's going to put us just slightly up on our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.22%. Earlier, somebody was asking about when is our next reporting for the exchange reported short interest, and that should be on the last day of the month. Oh no, the 15th. The 15th would be the next one. Should be the last day of the month, I would expect. Moving to the top right hand side, institutional share ownership. We had a record set this morning at 172.07 million shares owned by institutions. If I refresh that, it's still the same. Max pain for the day today is currently at $29. And let's take a look at that options chain. Let's see how much they're sucking in these short positions. Highest amount of volume currently at a $34 strike price for the calls, but there's a very close runner up at 50. 50. What is going on? What is going on? That's insane. A very high level amount of, is there, let me check something real quick here. Trading signals. No? Interesting. That is interesting data. I don't understand the sentiment for, this is what I was kind of talking about earlier, guys, like having high hopes that high. I mean, I know that a lot of this may not necessarily, this may be hedging that's occurring here, but still those values are pretty high. Anyways, highest strike price for the calls is currently at a $34 strike price. That's up from 28 from last week, and there's currently 16.7 thousand contracts at that level, which is really high. That's really high for this time of the morning. I would suspect somewhere around less than 10,000. Much more like what the puts are kind of looking at like right now, which is at a $25 strike price. There is that's the highest amount of volume currently. It was let's see, 25. Last week we ended the week with highest amount of volume at $27 strike price, so that's dropped a little bit. And there's currently 6.8 thousand contracts at that $25 strike price, giving us almost a 3-to-1 ratio in volume on calls versus puts. The dollar amount spread is $9, putting us at like a $4.50 middle ground, which would be $29.50. So options may be signaling for a higher price ending price for the day to day. At least that's what they're looking like right now. Taking you guys back over to the first page here, you'll see here with the with Ortex that here's our utilization kind of sideways. Our estimated short share interest of the free float slightly going up day over day, and then our on loan amount slightly going up, but our on loan average age per day slightly, well, they all slightly kind of went up a little bit. Fractions. Shares on loan 105.34. What is this data from? You know what? We have to do some calculations here. This is looking different. 77.62 is what I have written down. It's 77.65. Let's recalculate some information here real quick. I'm wondering if the data that I was getting this morning was the 23rd's data. 105. So I'm going to divide our current loan amount by utilization, which is going to give us outstanding amount of shares available to borrow, which is 135.6 million, just slightly higher. And then I subtract out the total amount of shares on loan, and that gives you your remaining balance. So it looks like 30.11 might have been actually Thursday's data. And today, the amount of shares available to loan is 30.32 million. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently in 7th position with a very strong 65% to 35% buy over sell ratio. GME actually found some volume this morning. GME coming out to play. GME actually in 12th position, moving up the list really, really strong. Lots and lots of volume, and a very good 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. Super good. That looks amazing. Jimmy coming out to play. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Only returns. So far this morning they've borrowed 3.1 million shares. Currently we have 9.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 41.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts, and our out of the money calls, believe it or not, is under 100K, which is what I would love to see. I'd love to see it stay there or get better. The Nasdaq is up 0.79, the Dow Jones is up 0.4, the S&P 500 is up 0.71. Currently, the market is declining, though. We have 3,912 decliners to 3,628 advancers. So probably just the big boys moving up right now. The VIX is up 4.45%. Tesla is up 3.3%. Hood is down negative 2.49. Amazon is down 0.47. Cinemark is down 4.39. Doge is up 1.13. Bitcoin is up 1.58. GME is down 4.23. And AMC is down 1.9%. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 9-point spread with more outflow than inflow. And our total volume rate that we are on for the day we're on a pace for 80.5 million shares having been traded for the day today. I'm predicting between 25 and 45. We will see that drop. There's a good chance that I mean, based on how this volume is going right now, there is a chance that I could be on the low side, but we'll see. Taking a look at our intervals, we currently have, okay, so somebody said this morning the MACD flipped over. I can tell you right now that there is more selling pressure than buying pressure according to the Vortex indicator. And this is why I like the Vortex indicator so much more clear, because it tells you it's more predictive, I think, than the MACD is. And that's just my opinion. But on the Vortex indicator, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.63. On a 1 hour indicator, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI of 37.38, which is definitely low. On a 30-minute interval, we have, it looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.65. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.02. Based on where we're kind of moving right now in price, I might put us on a descending parallel channel. Let me see if it works. It's pretty close. Let me try something different here. Maybe not. Looks like we may have another one of those descending broadening wedges. So what we would see here on one of these is you would potentially see, let me just make sure I get this right here. Potentially what you would see is, I don't know, I kind of want to see a little bit more data here, but you might see a breakout going up at some point, and then your price moving down below 27, whatever your range is of 28.84 and 27.01. Seeing the breakdown below that 27.01 value. So in other words, if I take a calculator here, find the range, multiply it by 0.6, and then subtract it from 27.01. It's looking like 25.91 would be the dropping down point that we would get to. 25.91 just happens to be really, really darn close to that. It would break that synthetic price failure. So there may be a good chance that we see a push down to that value. Now, whether or not we close out the day that low, I personally don't think so. We may see this drive upwards here for just a little bit, break outside of this descending, broadening wedge, breaking out of that, coming back down, testing that 25.93 level, $26-ish, and then perhaps maybe rebounding off of that. That's what I'm kind of looking at as a possibility for right now. I don't know. I think what's happening with Ortex goes. I think the data that I was looking at before was. I can just look at it real quick here. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure the data that I was looking at was actually the 23rd's data. Yeah. Let me just look at utilization. It was. So apparently Ortex didn't update this morning when it was supposed to, and so all the data that I was collecting was actually Wednesday's data and not Thursday's. For some reason, Ortex just didn't update today until later, which is why there's a little bit of confusion on my part there. I didn't verify the date. Captain, that would be highly likely. 2567 would be highly likely. In fact, if you look down here on the synthetic price failures that I have, 2577 is that 20% point. That's if 2567 is just 10 cents underneath that, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that if they're going to drive this price down to 2593, they might as well shoot for that SSR, because what happens when they trigger SSR? They are legally allowed to create synthetic naked shorts due to low liquidity, and they love printing out those fake shares. It definitely helps ease the pressure. It also digs them into a bigger hole, but it is what it is. They got to do what they got to do. I would see maybe this breaking out of this descending, broadening wedge, maybe going up and testing 28.49, and that's where we would see the rebound going back down, perhaps. But yeah, absolutely, Captain. That's like a key data point, right? Like triggering that SSR. That's when you could really see some fireworks. Bjork, volume is low. Volume is very, very low. Let me check and see what these are. I had something show up on, like, I think it was, actually I don't remember where I saw it at. I had an article that popped up about some guy I don't remember what country it was, blowing up his Tesla with dynamite. I guess they removed a lot of, like, the more valuable portions, so it was really just the shell of the vehicle that they were blowing up. But apparently he had a battery replacement that was needed on the vehicle, and the battery replacement price was like somewhere between 20 and $30,000. And so he just decided to blow up his car instead. Because when you can get when you can find dynamite, why not do crazy fun things with it? But I thought that was kind of interesting. I think what we're gonna find. This is such an unpopular opinion. I think what we're gonna find happening, guys, is in the future we're gonna find that there's a lot of people who need battery replacements on their cars, and they're gonna realize that they might as well just buy a whole brand new car if that's the case. And so you're gonna see, all this quote unquote green uh, energy that we're using is not recyclable. So at least not yet. At least not yet. And so you're gonna see a bunch of people, like, they're gonna be really ticked off. And you could see, I think, a lot of people go back to wanting to go back to gas. I don't know. It's a theory of mine. It's very unpopular. But we still not quite there yet on the technology. I don't think we're there. And we you guys are gonna blow me up with, like, comments, and I know that, I understand the opinions, but we're just not there yet. We're not ready for battery driven cars. Not yet. We're not there. We're getting close. We're really, really, really close, but we're just not quite there yet. So unfortunately there's a lot of people who are buying these electric cars, and then, several years down the road realizing that the car is worth nothing. Although they're getting great mileage out of the vehicles. I think the guy who blew up his Tesla said he had like 300,000 miles on the car. That's a good mileage. That's really good mileage. If you're getting 300,000, I would say that if you got 300,000 miles on a car, that's a well-used car. That's a pretty well-used car. It's not a Toyota, but it's a pretty well-used car. Toyotas, man, I'll tell you what, my Toyota Tacoma, I haven't even hit 300K yet, but I feel like I could easily make it past it. Ooh, big sneeze. Let's check and see what's going on in the news here. And that's actually a really good point, Captain. That is a really good point. Transmission going out on a vehicle. Don't roll up to Checkpoint Charlie in a Tesla. Good morning, Roberto. That's actually a really dang good point, Captain. And I'm not trying to discredit. You're absolutely right on that. It's That's a good point. Let's see here. I personally have never had a drivetrain go out on a vehicle before. However, I drive manuals. I don't drive automatics, and I don't know if that's maybe part of the reason why, but I don't know. I like having control. More, I guess, what do they say? More moving parts that you have, the easier it is for the system to fail. So let me check out AMC news here. Says this is 2 hours ago. AMC Entertainment picks up theaters in LA, Chicago, closed by the pandemic. I think I remember hearing about that briefly. I've never had to replace a clutch. I've owned my Toyota Tacoma since 1999. It's a 96 Toyota Tacoma. So I've had the vehicle for, what is that, 90s? I'm pretty sure the clutch was never replaced by the first owner in a 2 year span. So, or 3 year span. So 25 years, 26 years, and no clutch replacements. Like zero. Like it doesn't even come close to slipping. It's not even. And that vehicle's been a learning vehicle for at least 3 different new drivers. So it's survived. That clutch has survived and doesn't even come close to slipping. The clutch is still really decent. In fact, I've driven plenty of other stick shift vehicles before that had way worse clutches. I think the fact that it's withstood the test of 3 different learning individuals um, is testimony alone that that clutch is a good clutch. And I engine brake. Believe it or not, I do engine brake. I'm a huge um, I don't know. I'm a huge fan of engine braking, so I think you have to do it right though. And all the 3 people that I've taught how to engine brake as well. Captain says, I love manuals. Lets you have more control over your gas mileage. Got my license on one, and clutches are both the most durable and easier to replace versus automatic, where you drive them into the ground. Yep, it's. I'm telling you guys, like if you want a long-lasting vehicle that is just going to put out for you like no other, buy yourself a Toyota with a manual Toyota. It's just like they're champs. They really are champs. I think Hondas are good too. Like, man, I've seen some pretty bad clutches on Hondas though. Like, I mean, they can take a beating. They can take a real beating, but I don't know. I'm a fan. Just opened up the Bollinger Bands here a little bit. I kind of wanted to see what's going on here. We definitely have um boy, I'm drawing blanks today. Why am I drawing a blank? Why can't I think of the word? Volatility. Woo. Where's this coffee at? I need coffee. Volatility definitely pinching down here. You can see that basically in the volume as well. Volume dropping off. The main attack in volume this morning actually was on a price drive up. So go figure. There's just not a lot of. Interestingly enough, like AMC is being traded top 7 on Fidelity, but our volume is just really super weak, which means it tells me that the rest of the market's just not trading very high volume either. I have had to replace the timing on the I was just thinking about major parts that I've replaced on that Toyota Tacoma. There's a timing chain, uh, and if you break the timing chain, you're screwed. So I replaced the timing chain on that vehicle once, and that's probably the extent of the major repairs that I've ever done to the engine. That one doesn't have a belt; it has a chain, which, quite frankly, I have no idea. Like, I didn't even know this until I went to go get it replaced. Um, why any car has a timing belt versus a timing chain, I have no idea. Like, a chain seems like would be so much better, more durable, probably lasts longer. I don't know. I literally had no idea I had a timing chain. I think, if you guys want to know what's going on here, I really think that I think this is what the beginning half of this week is going to hold for us. A sense of just nothing. Unless we trip SSR. If we trip SSR, this thing could just absolutely start flying. What do we got? What do we got for votes here? 90 votes so far on the price prediction for the week. Current winner is $30 to $35 for the closing price by the end of the week this week. Um, the runner-up is 35 to 40 plus. Stock Mom said, I seriously thought the Fed would force their hand to let this run this week due to STCG. Good morning. First off, Stock Mom 67. Welcome to the channel. And I think I recall reading off your name's a pretty recent subscriber. So welcome. The week's not over. The week's not over. I really think that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are just going to be some days that are going to try to bore us to death. I think the real action probably kicks in on either Thursday or Friday. However, if I go to the 1 hour window here, and I drew out some lines, which you'll probably see down here at the bottom of the screen. You see kind of like these three blue lines that I've got in here amongst the mess. These three blue lines right here kind of signify the inverted head and shoulder pattern that we have going on. And I don't really want you to focus on necessarily like where these lines are at, but what I want you to notice is that I've got them evenly spaced out. There's the distance between each one of these lines is evenly spaced out, and the length of each one of these lines is evenly spaced out. Now, if a traditional head and shoulders were to occur, you should see your price movement moving upwards, because this is a bullish flag, uh, ending here at this last point, which would be today. However, I think there's going to be a very coordinated attempt to try and push this out as long as possible this week before having that price increase, if it even comes. And there's the reason I say if is because I feel like there's kind of there's some weird things going on in the derivatives. Some really weird things that are going on in the derivatives that are kind of leading me to believe that long institutions are trying to drag this out. They stand to make the most money on this on dragging this out as long as they can. And I know normally we would sit here and we would all say like, "Oh, this is the hedge funds doing," and I'm sitting here telling you guys I don't think so. I don't think what we're seeing right now is hedge funds. I think this is long institutions trying to force more lending and more shorting positions to be trapped. And so you're getting these downward slides and then huge spikes. Like a good example of this, if I were to go back on a 30-minute interval here, kind of get rid of some of this noise. If we look at like some of the Fridays that we've had. So what are some of the Fridays that we've had? We didn't trade on the 24th. Um, our last trading day was the 23rd. But let's go to a previous Friday. So the 17th, the 10th, and the 3rd. So 17, 10, and 3. Here's the 17th right here. Huge run up on a Friday. Huge run up on a Friday. Let's go to, what was the next one? 10? 10. Huge run up at the end of the day. Of course, I've got it on a 30-minute interval, so it's harder to see. There's a big rundown in the day, but there's a massive push at the last hour. Just like a really huge push. Trapping, because there was a lot of positions that went short here as the price was falling. They saw a fall the previous day. They saw a fall of the price that day, and this last minute push up in the last hour was enough to trap a lot of short positions that thought this was going to continue down further. The Friday before that was 12-3, and you see the same thing happening on that one as well, right here. Big price momentum down, and in the very last hour, a huge kick up, capturing a lot of short positions out at the end of the week. So we've been seeing this happen consistently Friday after Friday after Friday. In fact, if I go back one more Friday, we might even see it one more time. That next Friday before that would have been the 26th, right here. This one wasn't as severe, but you could see a huge price fall leading into the day. The day started off kind of low and then really shot up super quick. So the shoot up started in the earlier portion of that Friday. So I really think this is institutions trying to get more lending to occur and trapping short positions if possible. And so there's like this manipulated attempt to keep the price low, having kind of low volume price moving downwards and then huge spike ups on specific days where it's most impactful. Oh, Jana, we love you for delivering those late Christmas packages. Thank you for your work. NJ Fishkiller says, is there any way of knowing if Anchorage liquidation covering has occurred that would give us a good push? No, and the answer to that is it probably would give us a big push. Um, is there a way to find out if that's occurred? The only way that I know of is through looking at the Fintel data to see, what they've done, but that's reports so late that, we would get the information way after it happened. My understanding is that they've already sent money back to their customers. My guess is that before they could send money back to their customers, they would already have to have their positions closed. One of their third largest position was in an ETF called IWM, and IWM has AMC in it. It's got GME in it. It's got a lot of meme stocks in IWM, and that was one of their biggest accounts. My guess is that that's already occurred. I don't think they could send money back to their customers if they hadn't already closed out their positions. Or so the question I guess becomes, how long would the DTCC have to find shares, or if liquidation were to occur, did they have enough of a position to where they could? I think they have 5 business days. Maybe it's 15. It's either 5 or 15. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't remember. They have a certain period of time to liquidate, and I would assume that they would have had the money. I don't understand how they could send money back to their customers though, unless they had already liquidated. Extending bull flags from Captain Awesome. Now, if I pull out on this a little bit here, uh, I see what you're talking about. I don't think so. I mean, here would make sense. This looks like this is it's kind of a weird looking one, but I really think we're kind of playing this head and shoulder pattern here. And if I put my lines back in there, you'll see that there's 2 different ways to look at this. You could say that this is the starting point right here. The amount of time in between these 2 indicators right here is roughly about a day, just slightly over a day. So this one to this one I have it set up so that it's about a day. But if I were to change this and slide this one back a little bit and say that it started here, and then the gap between these 2 would be a day and a half, which I would need to extend this one out a day and a half to like that. So you would see a run up starting, like it would still be today sometime, but perhaps maybe later on in the day or in the aftermarket hours. I'm still waiting for this pattern to complete. I'm not giving up on this pattern just yet. In fact, I think the price can come down. I think the price could make it all the way to the SSR trigger and then still bounce and still be within the limits. Because yeah, I definitely do think that. So do you see how this doesn't really look like a breakout, guys? Like, I mean, it just kind of normally just kind of traverses its way right through the line without there actually being a breakout. It kind of tends to lead me to believe that this may not be this descending broadening wedge may not be the right pattern that we're looking for. But I don't really have anything else to go off of right now. Let me take out the extended hours, see what we're looking at here. Doesn't this look like a smaller version of this back here? Do you guys see that? Let me delete this. Let's try that. I want to try something. I wonder if I can do that on Tradingview. Can I get rid of pre-market and post-market hours? I don't know if I can or can't, but let me try something real quick here. 1 minute. What time span is this? This is 22nd through the 23rd. So I'm gonna put TradingView over here for just a second, and let's just kind of zoom in on this just a little bit here. And then what I can do is I can take, what am I doing? Oh, this is pre-market volume. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy, oops, this period of time right here. A little bit of differences. I think there's a compression issue. So one of the things I found when you're looking at fractals is that there's always compression issues, always compression issues. So like if you change up the sizing of the pattern, you kind of get something that looks more around or along the lines of what it is you're trying to seek or identify. In this particular instance, you can see where bits and pieces of this fit together really well, depending on where I drag it to, right? Like the timing is just off though, like just slightly off everywhere. It's never going to match. I'm convinced it's never going to match up like 100% ideally. But it gives you an idea on where we could be heading to. And that value is 2860 something. We'll see what happens. Be interesting to see if this plays out. I think it's ironic though, um, that for multiple um, days now, we have been tracking the high of the Ichimoku cloud, which is this bottom 2709 number that I have here. And then I'm also tracking on the top side the 200 MA, and that those two levels have been our ideal support lines and resistance lines, which have held up over time very, very strongly for like the last week. NJ Fish Killer, uh, just another one of us. Captain Awesome says 5 days, but if AMC gets halted, it is those days plus 5. 10-day halt, 15 days. Also, not to confuse you, if they wanted to extend this all week, couldn't they see the flags and let it go on? I do really kind of believe that, Captain. That's kind of, I feel like there is an extending circumstances here that we're seeing kind of push everything out. You're seeing some very volatile periods of time, and then a bunch of nothingness, and it's very extremish. Extreme. I'm like making up words as I go. Like it's just everything that I'm seeing is I don't know how to. I'm not a man of words, but everything that I'm seeing is I'm seeing huge volatility that dissipates into nothingness. And to me, that looks like very manipulated control. They let it run a certain direction and then they push really hard the other direction, full both the short and the long positions, and then close the price out even. That has been happening consistently over and over and over and over. And who stands to benefit from that? The people who are giving out the shares to loan. That's who stands to benefit from that, and that would be institutionally long positions. So if they are causing this price action to move up and down the way that it is because the hedge funds are pinned against the wall and they're using retail to pin them up against the wall and then trying to collect money out of the hedge funds as this goes on, that may be what you're seeing have happen right now. I really, that is my thesis. That is my complete 100% thesis right now is that we're seeing institutional long positions trying to milk the derivative market. That's 100% my thesis. And the end result of that are these like hugely volatile periods of time where you see price go way down, everybody starts buying puts, and then all of a sudden it starts swinging way back up north, and everybody starts buying a bunch of long calls, and then it just breaks even. And who wins? No, nobody. Nobody wins. We all lose money on that, except for the people who are loaning out shares, and that's it. So, and if you could corner a market like that and continuously have that happen over and over and over and over, um, you would do that. You would just keep milking it for as long as you possibly could. Um, my favorite saying that my wife has is I'm not saying we're all doomed. Um, my favorite saying that my wife says is that there's no game if there's no players. I love that. I love that saying now. It's like one of my favorite sayings. If we're playing the derivatives market and we're losing money on it, why wouldn't they continue to try and cash in on that? Why not? That's what the market does. That's its job. Its job is to find money, loose money, and suck it up. That's what its job is. So if we got a lot of loose money being played in the derivatives, so long as that game is there, it's going to continue to get played. Man, Zach, you're trying hard. Wait. I got something for Zach. Here we go, Zach. This one's just for you.
Moo! Whoa! Moo! Moo!
I found that one. I didn't call it Zach though. I should have put Zach on the title for that one. Are we close to breaking out? Um, I don't know. I don't think that we will see a breakout so long as the derivatives market's there to be milked. I think if the derivatives market dries up and there's nothing left to milk out of it, that I think you could see a break. I think you could see an absolute breakout if the derivatives market was not so juicy and enticing. But in the circles that I walk in the circles that I walk in, there is a lot of gambling going on in AMC, both long and short. And I think it's so long as that continues to be a source of income. Um, I mean, think about it like this: a bull rider. I don't know if you guys know how bull riding works. I think maybe I don't even know how bull riding works. I think bull riding works. I think they tie something onto the backside of the balls of a bull, and so long as the bull rider stays on the bull, that bull bucks. Um, and as soon as he comes off, I think that whatever it is that's in there, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but let's just pretend that that's really real and that's actually how it works. That they've got something attached to that bull that really makes him buck, and it's not just the guy that's on the back of the bull. And that bull's just going to continue to buck up and down, up and down, up and down until he didn't have something wrapped around his balls anymore. Until he can get that thing off of him. Yeah, he's gonna do everything he can. He's gonna milk it. He's gonna milk it up and down. And once that bull rider falls off, and there's no bull rider anymore, no need to buck. And I'm gonna have to look it up. Okay, I put do they tie, and third the third option that Google gives me is do they tie the bull's balls? Obviously, I'm not the only person who's looked it up. Okay, it says nothing is done intentionally to hurt the bucking stock at a rodeo. This includes the binding of testicles, a popular lie spread by certain groups. Okay, I fell for the lie, guys. No bull balls tied off. Apparently, that's not true. But still, I think the analogy applies that the bull still bucks as long as there's a rider on there. And irregardless of whether the balls are tied off or not, that bull will buck. That bull will buck so long as there's a rider on board. And I think that's the key takeaway that I would give you guys about the derivatives. Um, this bull is going to continue to buck, and it's not going to do what we want it to do until we stop riding. And I don't mean selling shares. I'm just talking about the derivatives strictly. And I think once that dries up, then we get the lunch. Captain Awesome says market has always been a gamble like tickets on an arcade, beginner to a casino, intermediate. No one can predict the stock market unless you rig the game. Advances, but the house almost always wins. I agree. I agree, guys. And the house is trying to win right now. The house is in the derivatives market. Right now, the house is the long institutions, and they're winning money, and they're not gonna let go of this thing. They have full control over this. They have full, complete control over this, and they will continue to milk the derivatives market for as long as they possibly can because the house likes winning. So I only see one way to control that from our perspective, and that's to stop gambling. And I'm not saying I think we're the house when it comes to buying and holding. When you hold shares of AMC, we're the house. And the only way we can control the derivatives market is to stop playing the derivatives market, but still continuing to buy and hold AMC shares. And that's why I think it's always been about just buying and holding. Uh, the derivatives market is just kind of a bonus. And I think if you see it more along the lines as a bonus instead of a I'm going to get rich quick uh, atmosphere, then um, you probably would do better. Because as it stands right now, I think the only people who are getting rich quick off of the derivatives is going to be the long institutions. I feel like I've said that like so many times. It's 10:04. It's time to do the technical analysis. I need to get off my soapbox and reel myself in. Let me update my screens and we will get to it. Okay, what we got here? Let's see what's going on. Off exchange. Wow, that's pretty decent. Off exchange reporting 56.27% into the off exchange. CBOE EDGX is up to 9.79. That's actually kind of low. But that one could go up much quicker. 11 to 13% is kind of like high numbers. The off exchange right now, 59% would be super high and kind of where we would be on target normally. But ending the day at around 56 is pretty normal. So if this is, any sign, the off exchange may be them being almost fully utilized. Updating Ortex. It's showing 55.68 thousand shares. That's slightly down. It was 57.5 earlier, so just a fraction of a change down. But still the same estimated current short share interest of the free float at 19.22. Taking a look at our options. Very strange options this morning, guys. Very, very, very strange. An abnormal amount of call options showing up at what I would say is kind of high strike prices. Looks like Fidelity's having a little bit of a problem because my stream shows that I've got excellent connection and everything else has been updating pretty quickly. However, Fidelity's taking forever to update here. May just be me. It's not updating. I might be losing you guys. Okay, looks like we're okay. I think I saved the stream. I had to shut some stuff off really quickly. But I think I saved it. Sorry a second, guys. Here, I'm trying really hard to save the stream here. Really trying hard. Okay, let's see. Hopefully, I've just shut down. Everybody's gonna start complaining here in the house. I just shut down like everything in the house with Wi-Fi. So on break, I'm gonna have to go get with the kids and have a discussion about like only having one item on at a time. Um, but I think I saved the stream here. So let's see what's going on here. As far as options go on the $34 strike price, it's still the highest for the call options, 19,000 contracts. It was 16.7 an hour ago. It's now gone up to 19,000 contracts. On the put side, we only had a $25 strike price was our highest amount earlier. It's still the same. It's gone from 6.8 thousand contracts to 8.6. So there's definitely a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. Still same strike prices. Nothing's changed really there. Moving over to the main page, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 8th position with 64% buys to 36% sales, which is pretty decent. GME had really rocketed up. Lots and lots of volume for GME today in contrast to usual. They did slip though. They were in 12th earlier. They've now slipped down to 16th position, but they still have a really strong 78% buy to 22% sell ratio. Super, super good. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Negligible. Just 100K. So 3.2 million shares haven't been borrowed for the day today. There was 7.55 million shares borrowed on Thursday. I can almost guarantee you that some of those are getting pushed over to today because that was a lot. That was a lot for the amount of price action that we had. Way more than I would have expected. Currently, we have 9.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls to 41.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The call options that are out of the money are still staying below 100,000, which is good. NASDAQ is up 1.12, Dow Jones is up 0.6, S&P 500 is up 0.95. We currently have 4,420 advancers to 3,129 decliners. The VIX is up 1.61%. That's actually a drop from earlier. Earlier it was up at like 4%, I believe. Tesla is at 3.48% up. Actually a pretty strong drive for them. Robinhood is down 2.92%. Amazon is down 0.1. Cinemarket is down 3.67. Doge is down 0.59. Bitcoin is, I said down. Dogecoin is up 0.59. Bitcoin is up 1.19. GME is down 2.82, and AMC is up 0.74%. Our inflow versus outflow, 15 points. 15-point spread between those two numbers. Resulting in our more outflow than inflow, yet we're heading upwards. Go figure. All right, 14.79 million shares traded for the day today. We are currently, let's see, 103 minutes into the day, I think. Yeah, 104. Looks like we're on pace for about 55.5 million shares traded for the day today. I was guesstimating between 25 and 45 million shares traded for the day. On the daily indicator, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.06. On 1 hour, we have way more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.62. On a 30-minute interval, way more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.76. And on a 5-minute interval, looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.33. Some just steady natural growth upwards is what it almost looks like. Nothing that really seems to be breaking out, just letting it go up. That's what it looks like. If I put back over Tradingview, we can see how price is. I drew this out earlier and I haven't changed it since. We can see how price is definitely forming a very, very similar pattern to what we had back here last what was it, Friday? Last Thursday. Very, very similar day to day as what we had. So what we may see is a little bit drop down in price and sideways trading to lead out to end the day. That's very well what we could look like is this is just almost a repeat of Thursday. Very, very similar. Volume's kicking up just a little bit here, but not anything special. I don't know what I want to do, what I want to draw. I don't know. Maybe we make it back up to 29.87, hit that level of that's probably a level of resistance there. 29.87 and then drop back down to maybe 20.80, close to what we opened up at, maybe just a slight bit higher, and then just a bunch of sideways trading between these two levels, Fibonacci levels of 29.35 and 28.49. Empire Fire, we made it through Christmas. From taking a huge, when you spelled it WII, it made me think you were talking about like a Nintendo system. He didn't really miss a whole lot of anything. I wouldn't say that there's, I mean, I really just kind of feel like I think today's kind of just a sideways trading kind of day. But I am going to go to break here in about 2 minutes. So let me start getting the music ready here. I don't know what this is going to do. Well, let's just go with it. Yeah, I personally, guys, I would take the day off. I would take the day off and I would take the day off today. I don't really feel like there's anything special to see today. You know, if you took off time from viewing AMC from Friday until Sunday, give yourself another break. There's no real reason for you to like. I mean, I'll still be here, but you know, you guys could just take a break and you know, set some price limits that you want to see. If you have any worries or excitement that you want to see have happen, set those price limits up and then come back when those either go off or come back tomorrow, and we'll see where we stand tomorrow. So, but having said that, I've actually got like I got music that I put up some music that I can like just key into. Like if we just want to have a happy moment. This is a happy moment. Saving this music for like big run-ups in price. Anyways, yeah, I haven't played enough. I gotta play around with my toy here. uh, it's if we have stressful moments, what's gonna happen? Waiting for it. This is the moment. It's going to break out. I don't know. I got some fun things set up, but today's not the day to use them. Today is not the day to use them. I don't see the things that we need to be seeing. But I'm gonna take a break and I'll put some music on for you guys and set up the message here. All right, guys. I'll see you in 40 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Well, we didn't quite make it to that 290 or 29.87 price. But yeah, definitely looking very, very familiar to last Thursday. Excuse me. Good morning, Sean. Morning, Jake. All right, let's get to it. It's time to do a little technical analysis here. Let's see what's going on. Taking guys over to the other page. Oh, I can't wait to show you this. It's so crazy. All right. Taking a look at off exchange. What do we got going on? Update. Oh boy. 56% currently in the off exchange. That's pretty standard. CBOE EDGX at 10.45. That's starting to get maxed out. Both of those are pretty high. Pretty high early on in the day.